Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Quiet, guitar lilling. I hope you guys are well. The credits are still staring, it appears. Um, How's everyone doing? I just saw the weirdest thing. I was looking at on Windows 11. There is a little thing on the left hand side where the old Windows thing used to be, where it's just got like a little highlight of a news story. And there was just one about somebody, a second person dying from eating broccoli sandwiches. And I have so many questions. Like, why are people eating broccoli sandwiches? And why are they dying from that? Apparently, it's an outbreak of something, but it's kind of cycled off it now, so I can't read the actual story. But I don't know what happened. I don't know what that was all about. But no, I think that an outbreak of something. It said I can't remember what it said though. By the way, I've been processing some of that graphite overnight. I'm going to stop that. Well, not overnight. Just for a little bit after the stream and a little bit before it. So we are up to... How much? 10k graphite dust. So we should be fine for a little bit. I don't know. Hang on. See, I'm very curious about this now. And I never thought I'd be Googling the phrase broccoli sandwich death. Right. Second person dies after... Oh, fuck off, Daily Mail. Second person dies after eating broccoli sandwiches bought at a food truck as botulism? Botulism? Outbreak leaves multiple people hospitalized. I have no idea what that is, honestly. Botulism is a rare, life-threatening condition caused by toxins produced by Clostridium botulinum. Wait, hang on. Botulinum bacteria. These toxins attack the nervous system, nerves, brain, and spinal cord, and cause paralysis. Oh, yeah, that does not sound good at all. Remind me to stay away from broccoli sandwiches, I guess. Right, hopefully none of this stuff should be in here except for these. Perfect. Right, there we go. So, the plan for today, there was two options. Either sort out the Naquadah processing, which I really can't be bothered to do, but we're going to need to do at some point, or we start on the, start going down this route, where we're doing like the data banks and the high performance computation arrays and what have you. I spent about like half hour, 45 minutes looking through these after the stream yesterday. I think I've figured out how it all works, at least the basics of it. But I decided we are going to get the Naquadah processing out the way. And I think we can fit it in here. As long as I don't use multi-blocks for everything. As much as I would like to use multi-blocks for everything, I don't know if it's the best idea. Yeah, stay away from the broccoli sandwiches. Yeah, the one that I saw didn't either, Guitar, and I wonder if we both saw the same picture. Also, another weird thing happened. I lost all my quest progress from yesterday. All the quests I completed yesterday, I lost them and had to go through and do them again. Like, we haven't got the LUV machine hulls or the LUV... Oh, no, we never did the circuit assembler. But the machine hulls we still needed to do. But yeah, it never stored them for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's weird. Enjoy the lurk, Zedek. I appreciate it. I have a feeling we did sound like we read the same page. Was it the Daily Mail by any chance, Guitar Lilin? That's the one I was looking at. Right, anyway. We've got to figure this out. So, the Naquadah processing is a little bit of an in-depth thing. I have got a flowchart that I have shown, but I don't think we need to show it again. just got to figure. I can do if people want to see it, but we need to figure out exactly what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do this. You know what? Let's look at the flow chart again. Basically, what we need to do, everything starts at the large chemical reactor, which is going to process the Naquadah dust using fluoroantimonic acid. That's where everything's going to start. These two chemical reactors, so long as we can produce one bucket of, as long as we can produce one bucket of fluoroantimonic acid every 30 seconds, we'll be fine. And it looks like we should be able to with this. Looks like 15 seconds at HV, and we'll be running that at EV, so that'll be fine. I'm wondering whether it's going to be worthwhile trying to fit all of this into one LCR. You visited the Metro? Ah, no, yeah, it was a different one then. They probably used a similar image, though, if not the same. I'm wondering if we can fit all of these into a single LCR. I'd rather not, though, in fairness. I'd rather have them separate. And then we should be able to use, we should definitely be able to use a single centrifuge. The centrifuge is, this will process 6 Naquadah dust every 30 seconds. We're not going to be able to overclock this yet because it's already going to be running at LUV. So 6 Naquadah dust every 30 seconds. The centrifuges, if running at EV, will process, would take 40 seconds to process the outputs from them. To process both of them. But if we up that to IV, that will go down to 20 seconds. So that will give us enough time to process both of the outputs from this. And then those outputs go into a mixer, which again, if these are taking 10 seconds each, the mixer only takes 5 seconds at HV. So if we're overclocking that, we'll be able to do all that in a single mixer as well. Just both take sulfuric acid and the enriched Naquadah solution and the Naquadah solution. But those so just one centrifuge there, one mixer there, then another centrifuge to process the outputs from the mixer. Again, that should take considerably less time. Again, I've forgotten to put the power tier on here for some reason. Sorry that we're already getting into flowcharts, by the way. We've literally only just started the stream, and we're already getting into flowcharts. Same sandwich, even the garlic clove is there. Yeah, it definitely did not look appealing, did it? So that runs at HV, and then the distillation towers, we can have a single distillation tower for it. I think we are going to use single block machines just for space. And then we can, since this is going to run passively anyway, it doesn't need to be like ridiculously quick. So that main line of outputs, although we are actually going to be needing to run these a little more frequently, but that'll be fine because they will be running more than fast enough because we're going to get some of the outputs that go into these back from the distillation tower. The EBFs are a different story. We're going to need 3 different EBFs. One for processing the tritium sulfide into trinium. One for processing the enriched Naquadah into enriched Naquadah ingots. And one for processing the Naquadah into Naquadah ingots. Although we can't do that one yet anyway because we need ZPM power for it. So that takes care of all of those. The other byproducts, everything else is relatively easy. Oh, we're going to need another EBF for titanium potentially as well. Since we will be getting some titanium out of this as well. So we're going to need 4 EBFs in total. And then chemical, then to deal with the yeah, the tritium sulfide goes into an EBF. We're also going to need a vacuum freezer as well. And then dealing with the indium phosphides, just going to need another chemical reactor, an electrolyzer. I think we should be able to do this in the space we have. I think. But I'm gonna have to keep referring back to that that thing. But first things first, let's get the large chemical reactor sorted first. We already made one the other day, which we were going to use for something else and then ended up not. For the LCR, we need one of those. We need a bunch of those. I wonder if I could get this LCR to work with... To work just one LCR to do all of this. I think we'd need three separate inputs. And that would take the processing for the fluoroantimonic down from 15 seconds at HV down to 3.25 seconds at EV. Oh yeah, that would be absolutely fine. Because it'll be running at LUV, and it perfectly overclocks, so it'll be down to like 1 tick to process all that stuff. Maybe a little over a 1 tick, but so it would still give us plenty of time to run the LCR for doing the Naquadah dust. So what I assume will happen, because this is mostly a closed loop. Hang on, let me go back to this for a second. I think this is mostly a closed loop with the hydrogen. So basically, we're using 1 bucket of fluoroantimonic acid. 1 bucket of fluoroantimonic acid uses 4 antimony trifluoride and 4 buckets of hydrofluoric acid. Now, the antimony trifluoride we get back from centrifuging the impure enriched Naquadah solution and the impure Naquadah solution. Each one of those will give us 2 antimony trioxide back, which will give us the 4 we need for the 1 bucket. So that will just cycle back round. So we can have it so this will only run like 1 time per cycle if we just have 4 of those in there at any given time. And then for the hydrofluoric acid, we get some of it back from where? We get 3 buckets of hydrofluoric acid back from processing the titanium. Which means we need to get 1 bucket from processing 1 bucket of fluorine and 1 bucket of hydrogen. I think there's stuff we actually gain from this. Because the fluorine, we get 500 millibuckets of fluorine. Oh, maybe not. 400 millibuckets of fluorine from there. I'm sure there was another place. Oh, yeah, 500 millibuckets from there, 500 millibuckets from there. So that will give us the 1 bucket of fluorine. And then the hydrogen. Where are we getting the hydrogen from? Oh, we get 2 buckets of hydrogen back from making the fluoroantimonic acid. So we're actually gaining a bucket of hydrogen throughout this. I can live with that. Panda, good time zone. How you doing? Yeah, I can live with that. So yeah, we should be able to do all of this in a single LCR then, which is good. I'm kind of wondering if we can find a way to do this and have it look good using multi-blocks, especially with like the centrifuges. Because I've kind of got this idea here, just from an aesthetic perspective. Let me see if I can find the centrifuges. Yeah, you see the centrifuges are this kind of 5x5 pattern. What I'm thinking is if we have 1 centrifuge on the bottom, then the LCR in the middle in this 3x3 area, and then the other centrifuge on top, just to kind of like sandwich the LCR in between them. Look kind of cool. But it's whether we can fit stuff in a 5x5 area. That's the question. So if we were to use a 5x5, let me grab something to use as placeholders. The only thing I don't like is that this will come out like all like so far. That's the only thing I don't like about it. And it'll just make the pathway between here and here really awkward when we start building. But it would kind of be like that. But the good thing, the one like major reason for using multi-blocks over single blocks is just because if you use multi-blocks, they're easier to upgrade later. But yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking for the centrifuge. Like, they have the... You can't really kind of differentiate between the two. Or what would be what here, but... Helpman, sir, welcome back. Your Minecraft fever has died down, but it is returning. Glad to hear that. You can never really escape Minecraft. I feel like if we do that, though, it would have to be in the center, but we can't have it in the center because it will be too awkward. I guess we could push it back by a block. I do kind of like the way this would look. Oh, do I want to... okay, just rather not be waking up at 9 AM every day. Oh, it's not a single item. It's a kind of an entire processing chain for Naquadah. For this. It's basically the processing chain of putting this through a large chemical reactor with fluoroantimonic dust, and that gives you 3 different outputs. One that will give you some titanium, and the other 2 that will give you Naquadah and Naquadah. And then it's just processing all of this stuff. Just imagine it's not made out of netherrack. I'm just a little concerned about how this is gonna work. I think if I do this, we're not gonna have the space for everything. If I do it if I use multi-blocks. We might have to switch to multi-blocks later, but I imagine probably not. I think we're just gonna have to go with single blocks. If we need to expand later, then, well, we're going to have to move a lot of the stuff in this room anyway. So we'll deal with that later. Okay, so that was kind of a failed idea. Used to wake up around 12 to 2 p.m. Maybe think your brain's starting to get you on schedule for school. I mean, that's not a bad thing. Right? Right, we are still doing everything in the first 3 steps in the 1 LCR, so that will go there. I am going to plan all this out with the fleshy tumor blocks, as they will now be called. Right, so that will take care of getting us to the fluoroantimonic acid, to the titanium, well, the fluoroantimonic acid, and then the titanium trifluoride, impure enriched Naquadah, and impure Naquadah solution. So from there, we need a centrifuge, and again, we're going to do this in a single block. That should be fine. So if we have a centrifuge, it doesn't really matter where the centrifuge goes. So, actually, if we we'll do it top to bottom. So we have the centrifuge there. That will take care of centrifuge in the impure enriched Naquadah solution and the impure Naquadah solution. Those will then get pushed down into... Wait, is there any, additional outputs I need to worry about from these? Yes, but they're going to have to go elsewhere anyway, so we'll deal with that when we come to it. And I do like to plan all this stuff out beforehand rather than being surprised once I get to it. No, it can be made with 1, so long as it is, as long as you still have enough power. 2, the real... Okay, please. The only real benefit to having 2 is that you can, with 2, 1 amp, or well, technically 2 amp input hatches, you can run the machine at the higher power tier and run recipes from a higher power tier. But no, they can be ran with just one. Right, so that'll go into the mixer. I keep losing my marbles. That'll go into the mixer. And then the centrifuge below that will add, send the mixer will then just output directly to the centrifuge below that, and then the output from there will probably go into the ME system. So that'll be fine. Then the centrifuge, then it needs to go into a distillation tower. So we need space for the distillation tower. Which, honestly, I feel like we can put the distillation tower on top of here. The distillation tower should have 3 outputs, so it should be around about that kind of size. So I have the LCR, and then the distillation tower above that. The individual machines there. We'll be running them on. We'll be able to switch out individual machines like as needed anyway. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Upgrading stuff anyway. So that will take care of those. There's going to be another couple of machines to take care of. So yeah, we're going to need an EBF. We're going to need 4 EBFs. Oh shit! I forgot. The problem is, Quiet. You did what everyone does in stream. You sent me the reminder at the time, and then I think I looked at because I saw. Oh, I've got a Discord notification. I looked at it, clicked on it, and then oh shit! I meant to look at that later, and then obviously the notification wasn't there anymore, and I forgot to look at it later. Like, try if you remember, try and remind me after the stream, and I'll deal with it. I'll hopefully be able to deal with it then. Right, so we do need to fit in 4 EBFs here. That'll be 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. We cannot fit 4 EBFs in here. I guess what we can do instead then is have 2 lots of 2 maybe stacked on top of each other. Since we're stacking the distillation tower, we just have 2 lots of 2 stacked on top of each other. Like that. We could even have them like directly on top of each other, but I think I prefer the space there. Yeah, it's okay, but Forestry was remastered. I didn't know it had been remastered. I heard it was they were working on it. I didn't know if it would I didn't know it was finished and in a usable state. That's quite good news. I've been playing with forestry bees quite a bit. Have they done the bees as well? Are the bees still a thing? I've been playing with forestry bees in GTNH. Although they're not playing ball, they do not want to give me the diligent and noble bees. Little fuckers. Oh, you had a weird... What was the weird idea? Quiet. I'm curious what the weird idea was. I guess if we want to space this out nicely, we'll put those 3 machines there. And then there's a couple more, like, individual machines we need, like, for... hang on, let me go back to this for a second. For when we're processing the titanium... when we're processing the trinium, we need zinc dust in there as well. So the trinium sulfide dust needs to go into there, along with zinc dust, but then we get zinc sulfide back. And then the zinc sulfide needs to be reprocessed into sulfur dust and zinc dust, and then kind of refed back into the EBF. So, yeah, we need an electrolyzer next to one of the EBFs for that. And then we just need another chemical reactor and an electrolyzer to deal with the indium phosphide. We should be good. And those, I guess we can just put, since they're kind of separate, we can just put those two machines like there. I think that'll work. Asanan, how you doing? The animation bit I would need to do anyway, Choir, but something somewhat similar. Hang on, give me 2 seconds, chat. I'm going to send you the picture, one of the pictures now, at least. I can find where I saved it. It was based, like, it was the original idea I had was based on some artwork I'd found for Akira. But give me 2 seconds here. There you go. You should have the picture now, Quiet. Binny's was remastered as well. Ooh. But yeah, Quiet, that, but with the character, obviously with my character like off to one side, and then the whole of that background is going to be, it's going to be a little less detailed than in that picture, I think. But the background, I kind of want to make it so I can control certain things like the lighting colors and things via the stream. And have something like a billboard or something on there. For like alerts and things. That was the idea I had. I don't know how well that's going to work, because I'm going to have to do it, because I want to do all of this with HTML and CSS, so it's going to mean a lot of turning things into SVGs, so I can animate them and mess with them with HTML. Anyway, back to what I'm getting sidetracked here. We're supposed to be making the Naquadah processing. No, it's all good. That was my own fault there, Quite. I distracted myself. I really hope this does work in a single thing. You sounds like you did have a bit of a premonition. Do I have any coils left? Oh yeah, I got 51 of them. We got plenty of them. Right, okay, so this is going to be a real pain to try and figure all this out without being able to constantly see that flowchart. Right, so for this first one, we need, where are we, the LCR. We're going to need 3 separate inputs for this, because we're going to be making the fluoroantimonic acid in there as well. So we're going to need an input for this. Like, we don't need circuits for any of these, so we could probably just fit everything in one input. I'd rather not do that, though. I'd rather separate them out. I've also got to find a way of... Oh, that's going to be kind of awkward, isn't it? Right, so... we can't filter the ME output hatches, can we? We can't say, like, only output this fluid to the ME hatch and the other ones to regular hatches. I know we can filter the regular hatches for specific fluids, but can we filter these? No, it doesn't look like it, unless it will only let me do it when it's online. Shit. And will it prioritize... Does anyone know if it would prioritize... I guess it doesn't matter too much anyway. We can just output all the fluids and then have them on a subnetwork, potentially. Because this whole thing is going to be on a subnetwork anyway. So what are we actually outputting here? Right, let me... Where are we going? Right, so for the inputs for this, we need an item input. We can put the Naquadah dust. We'll have to set it so we can turn that off when we need to. And that's fine. That's easy enough to do. And then we're going to need an item output bus and a fluid output bus, or no, fluid output hatch, rather. For the fluoroantimonic acid, we do need we need an item input. But again, that should be fine since this is going to be on a subnetwork and we'll only ever have 4 antimony trifluoride in here at any given time anyway. Possibly 8, just to keep things going. But no, we never want any more than that. And then the hydrofluoric acids, then that will just output fluoroantimonic acid and hydrogen. Hydrogen will just get stored back into the main ME system. And the fluoroantimonic acid will get stored in the subnetwork and then output directly back into the large chemical reactor. I kind of wish there was a way you could easily just auto-output directly to the LCR. I guess you could do that if you have an output hatch facing down into an input hatch, and then filter the output hatch, and then that would just automatically feed it back into the same LCR. That'll probably work. Anyway, the hydrofluoric acid, we just need to be able to output hydrogen, have hydrogen and fluorine in there. All the fluorine we use in this setup will be recycled anyway, so that's fine. No, I think this should work with just a single ME input bus and ME input hatch. It should do. We're also going to need to set the subnetwork up, which we'll start doing now before we get too far into this. There we go. All right. Where are we going to set this up? I guess given that we're starting the whole process down at this end, we'll set it up somewhere around here-ish. This is actually going to be kind of awkward because we're going to have to... There's going to be 2 ME networks in here. One that's going to be dealing with power, which is going to be coming from the main network, and one that's going to be from the subnetwork. So, subnetwork's probably going to have to, or the main network is going to have to come up through there. I kind of wish I had these kind of a little bit further back. But I don't think it's going to look right if we have them further back. Because we need to get power into these, and we're going to be doing that via paste. I guess we can have it come up there, and then the power for these can come up through here. Up to the top of there. And then we just bring this across here, and then we only have this connected to the main line over there. That leaves all this space in here free for the subnetwork. And without me having to kind of like snake cables around each other. Which I really don't want to do. I have an input hatch. I would do the input bus there. I might do 3 different input hatches. Like, strictly speaking, we don't need... Oh. What just happened? Did I somehow just manage to accidentally press a weird Oh, I think I somehow pressed a weird combination of buttons which actually teleported me. I didn't realize I was doing that. Was not what I intended. Anyway, right. What I was trying to do was search for bloody maintenance hatches. How that managed to happen, I don't know. Right, we're going to need an LUV energy hatch. I don't know whether I want to do 3 different... No, we'll try doing it with a single input hatch. It'll hopefully be okay. Right, what else do I need to think about here? We want to have... I think we'll set up the sub-network off here. We have an interface there. I'll keep this similar to how we did the other one, and we'll just have it directly off of here. A storage bus there to connect that. We'll run... that around there. So we can power this thing. Be online. Beautiful. Okay. So... this just needs to come around to wherever it needs to go, I guess. That will go around there. Hook those up. We're going to need storage in here. I guess what we can do is we can actually have these... where am I going to put the storage? Where do we want to? I guess if we move these to one side... we'll have storage one side there and then the machines in there. That should work. And hopefully one extended drive will be enough for all of the stuff we need in here. Then that will obviously have to move. Although I don't like this being so close to here, because we're going to have... we're going to have a electrolyzer in here somewhere. Jeremy showed off a new colouring book she gotten. It would be awesome for fidgeting while you D&D. Trouble is, it seems trying to be available in the US. Oh, that sucks. Could you get Jenrin to potentially kind of send one over to you? Would that be possible? Or would that just cost too much in shipping? Do I like this or not? I don't know if I like this or not. It's not terrible, though. I think I would have preferred this to have been in... oh, what we could do... is... and let's get rid of that. If we just have the storage... like, so the storage drive there and a terminal just so we can see what's in it. And then we have the other machines that we need up there for processing this. And then it's just got the storage down here. I think that'll work. That needs to be there. And we need one of those on top of there. And we need a terminal. I keep needing to make terminals. I may as well just make a kind pattern for them. I'm not going to, but I probably should. So that will go across there. Okay, perfect. They do look kind of cool. One thing I do want to make sure of is I want to be able to have, you know how the kind of like idle animations you get on like kind of pixel based characters where you've just got them just like kind of slightly like they're breathing, like moving slightly upwards and like up and down. I kind of want to be able to animate it like that. So I don't know how well that would work out with them kind of the leaning, like leaning against the actual fence. I do like the idea of having it facing them though with the lighting effect. Right, so that is fine. Although we need to filter this. Right, one thing we do know that we need to see in here, so we'll just filter it for hydrogen for now. Just so we're not seeing everything in the subnetwork. We're just seeing the hydrogen. Perfect. Good afternoon, Sarge. How you doing? Yeah. There's not going to be any rush for this. It's going to be a long time probably before I get anywhere close to actually doing anything with this.
I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
All right, no worries, Panda, and thank you for the hydrate as well. Enjoy the Minecrafts. Right, okay. Getting sidetracked again. Have I got my LUV energy hatch? I do. Perfect. You can go in there. And then we can just get rid of all of this. Obviously got to switch some of this out for an output hatch and an output bus, but that's fine. How's Sarge today? Right, so those match up. Uh-huh. Okay. So what are we going to need to as kind of like interim storage here for stuff? I think I'm only going to do these as probably just 4K drives. I don't think we need anything more than that. But we need to store. I think we need, well, we're going to need a place probably for the fluoroantimonic acids. We're going to need storage for that. We're going to need storage for titanium trifluorides, impure enriched Naquadah, and impure Naquadah solution. Those are all ones that we definitely need. Let's get those. Those are the first stage of this. Let's get those out of the way first. How's life on the back side of your screen? Warm, Sarge. That's pretty much it. It's warm. Yeah, that is a lot to spend on a coloring book, no matter how good it might be. Wait, no, we needed, it was 2 fluid, 1 item, wasn't it? And I don't think I'm actually going to set up destruction cards on these. At least not yet. So, impure enriched Naquadah solution. And then impure Naquadah solution. And then the titanium trifluoride dust. So those all get stored in there. I'm going to leave that there for now. We're going to need it. Wait, did I? I set up LUV output, didn't I? Is that the LUV output? I don't want to put the wrong thing on somewhere. Right, yeah, we've got the LUV substation hatch, so we just need... That's what, 7F23. Is that the right one? Yes, okay, I need to rename that. Right, which means I also need to clear that. And reset it. Mate Weasel, how you doing? We're committed to Warframe grinding, you need to throw some laundry in. Alright, no worries, quiet. Okay, so... That will take care of... So we'll basically be inputting... what will actually get input into here? Actually, I think I'm going to put a temporary input bus in here just to... So we can test this out with certain things. Just if we want to manually put some Naquadah dust in there. Right, so that will... This will input... Naquadah dust. And... Wait, what's the other item that goes in there? Antimony trifluoride? Yeah, and the antimony trifluoride. Actually, that also reminds me we need antimony trifluoride and hydrofluoric acid as inputs. And then hydrogen and fluorine will get stored in the main ME system, I guess. No, actually, they won't. The fluorine, we do actually need one for fluorine as well, because we're going to have a separate kind of loop of fluorine in here, just so we don't overuse it. Because we're doing all of the recipes that lead up to this, so we're basically doing all the recipes for making the like the 2 recipes that go into the fluoroantimonic acid, the recipe for the acid itself and the one for the hydrofluoric acid, and the Naquadah processing in the same LCR. We want to make sure it only runs the recipe for making the acids when it needs to, and the rest of the time it's running the Naquadah dust. Yeah, we've already got the whole kind of setup figured out. Hang on, give me a second. I'll find it. Yeah, we've already got the whole thing set up and figured out. It's just kind of, it's literally, like I say, it's, the fluorine gets recycled. And the fact that the fluorine gets recycled and the antimony trifluoride also gets recycled means that we can make it so this will only ever run like once in between each time it runs the Naquadah dust. That way it's not like the LCR doesn't get caught up doing those recipes and works on that one when it's when it needs to. Just should make things a little easier. But most of the everything for the fluoroantimonic acid we get back. We also gain some hydrogen, and I think we gain some sulfur throughout this process as well. So we gain a couple of things, and obviously the Naquadah outputs and tritium and a little bit of titanium as well. Right, okay, so we need storage for the antimony trifluoride, hydrofluoric, and fluorine gas. The fluorine can just be a 1K. That's only ever going to have, I think, like 4 buckets of fluorine in there at any given time. It just needs somewhere for it to go. Same with the antimony trifluorides. That can just be a 1K drive. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. And then the hydrofluoric acid. Again, the hydrofluoric acid, there will only ever have a limited amount of hydrofluoric acid in there. So that can also be 1K. But it just needs so much. We could have put them all in a single disc, to be honest with you, but I do like to keep things separate where possible. And it's not like the discs cost a lot. That's the hydrofluoric acid. Did I do one for the fluoroantimonic acid yet? I didn't, did I? Again, that's going to be another one that's only going to need like a 1K drive. And then, what was it? Antimony trifluoride? Right, so that takes care of those three. We're going to need, again, a tiny amount of storage for the fluoroantimonic as well. I haven't already set that up, have I? No. Again, that could just be another 1K drive. You waiting for RS to, crafting to finish your second disc? Partition it first, Church. %. It's taken 4 hours to craft. What size disc are you making, Sarge? Jesus. That is a long craft. Right, so that takes care of those. We should be able to run this first little bit. To see if it works. Right, I have got an LUV energy hatch on there, right? I don't want any more explosions today. Yeah, enough of those already. Right, so that should have power. So we just need the 1 bucket of fluoroantimonic to get us started, basically, don't we? So for that, we're going to need 4 buckets of hydrofluoric acid. So we're going to need 4 buckets of hydrogen, 4 buckets of fluorine. How am I going to get that in the antimony trifluoride? We haven't got the antimony trifluoride at the minute, have we? Let's do the hydrogen and fluorine. It was hydrogen and fluorine, right? Hydrofluoric. Unsurprisingly, yes. Hydrogen. And fluorine. Oh, the hydrogen we're getting from elsewhere anyway, so we don't actually need to put the hydrogen in there. The fluorine, though, that should be storing it in there. Yes, perfect. Okay. So if we output... Well, these at the end. Hydrogen... and fluorine into there. That should give us hydrofluoric acids. And then we need to output the hydrofluoric acid into here. And then we need to get the antimony trifluoride. So antimony trifluoride, we can get antimony trioxide and hydrofluoric acid is about the only way. So we just need antimony. I need a chemical reactor, don't I? Hold on. Do I have a chemical reactor over here? Got a chemical bath. Aha, I do. Beautiful. God damn it. Oh, I hate sulfuric acid. Let's just get rid of that, shall we? Right, antimony trifluorides. So we're going to need 6 buckets of hydrofluoric acid. So we're going to have to make the hydrofluoric acid as well now. Which I'm not going to be able to put the hydrofluoric acid in the universal cell, am I? Can anybody remember what the containers are called that can deal with acids? Second 1 billion. Oh, right. Okay, so they're pretty decently sized then. Can anybody remember what the GT containers are called that can hold acid? Because the cells themselves can't. Oh, I guess we'll just do it with the dry fluid tanks. Pretty sure they work. There's not much point in making a stainless steel drum just for this. If I had the crafting recipe there already, maybe, but it's literally just to move 6 buckets of hydrofluoric acid around. That's all it is. And there is something that you can make that will a GT thing. We've got some in our system. I just can't remember the name of them. It's not an actual thing you can place in the world. It's like the cells. It's just like a portable item that, like, if you've got like a little bit of acid in somewhere, you can use that to move it around. I just can't remember the name of it, that's all. Right. So hydrogen. And fluorine. Because this does not let me do it, but that does. So that's fine. Right, so there's the hydrofluoric acid, the 6 buckets that we need for that, at least. We just need the antimony trioxide. Means we need 2 antimony and 3 oxygen. Yeah, that'll do. Although we haven't got a lot of antimony. We were saying we needed to get more antimony later. Earlier, rather. We've got 121 blocks of it. That's it. And then... Wait, it was just 3 buckets of oxygen, right? Well... Yeah, antimony trioxide. Antimony trifluoride. There we go. And we got 3 buckets of water. Which we have absolutely no use for. Okay, right, that is that sorted. That is the wrong floor. That's also the... Oh, my lord. There's way too many places in my base. Okay, so... We only ever want 4 antimony trifluoride in there, right? I guess we could set it up so there's, like, 2 lots of the recipes there. Do the reservoirs work right-clicking into and out of machines? Because I know the fluid cells don't. But there is an actual GregTech item for it. And now that I've said that, it's going to bug me until I remember what it is. Somebody told me the other day. I'll say the other day. It was about a month ago now, but... I imagine it will be near... the cells. Aha! Empty glass vials. It's glass vials. They can handle acids. It's basically the same as a cell. It will hold 1 bucket of acid in it. So if you just need to move small amounts around, you can. I did have some in there as well. That's what I was thinking of. Okay, so... Chlorantramonic acid. Yeah, so we only need 4 of this in here. We might make it so we have a couple more eventually so we can run a few recipes. But we should be fine. Right, so we do that. Do we have the fluoroantimonic acid in here? We do not. So where's the fluoroantimonic acid gone? It's there. Okay. So why is that? Oh, it is showing up. Okay, never mind. Right, so the fluoroantimonic acid goes into there. Okay, perfect. It should be in there, right? So if we just grab 6 Naquadah dust, that will process that over 30 seconds. That will give us the titanium trifluoride dust, impure enriched Naquadah solution, and impure Naquadah solution. Which, in 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, come on, give me the, hurry up. There we go. And there's the titanium trifluoride. Okay, so that's that stage sorted. I'm kind of doing this one stage by stage rather than just kind of... because we've actually... I'm getting raw fishy again. Because I've actually got the flowchart figured out for it. It's not going to be like the PBI, which I just basically just did on the spot without planning it out. That was a bit more difficult. Anyway, right, so that is that stage done. Next stage from there is, at least for the impure enriched Naquadah and impure Naquadah solution, is to go through a centrifuge. So I'm gonna make an IV centrifuge for this. And then we can get rid of those. And then we need to see what we're actually going to get as outputs from this. So we're going to need storage for the trinium sulfates. The antimony trifluoride we should already have. And then the enriched Naquadah solution. And then the indium phosphide. And then Naquadah solution. We need storage for all of those. Let's do... I'm hoping we never need to worry about these overfilling. I'll have to keep an eye on it for a while, but I think we'll be fine. Right, we'll do... The centrifuge can go up there. It's going to be kind of awkward getting the power up there, but that's okay. Going to need to get power to all of those. Hopefully that doesn't get in the way of anything. This is all going to get covered over anyway, so we won't see like any of the crap behind here by the time we're done. Alright, so... Also, I need to make sure I can actually craft the peer-to-peers now. No, we're still going to be missing sapphires, aren't we? We've got 1,300 sapphire ore available, though, so let's actually go and process that. I think I've got sapphire going through here. Yeah. All right. That should give us a few extra sapphires. How am I doing for Naquadah now, anyway? Or Naquadah, rather. 13,000. Okay, so... we need you to have IV power. What did you need to run at? You need to run at least EV, but we do need you running at least IV for this, so that's fine. Okay, so I guess next thing is how are we getting everything into these and out of them? I guess interfaces, and since this is just gonna, yeah, we just need an interface on the side, really, don't we? And then we'll have a pump bringing in the impure enriched Naquadah and the impure Naquadria, and then just pushing out the outputs from it. What's all this? Naquadah processing. Yeah. Oh. Right, let's sort out the storage drives for these. We're not going to put overflow destructions on these, though. I'd rather things just kind of ground to a halt if there's problems, at least to start with. Right, so we need one for the... That's the enriched Naquadah solution. Why does the initial LCR suck? Are we just talking about power usage, or just the setup of it? It's 30 seconds. It's not, like, super quick, but it's going to be running, like, passively, so... Should be fine. Right. And these need to be for tritium. I've actually already got tritium sulfide stored, haven't I? From processing, was it the Caymanite? Do I want to just store that in the... Do I want to just store that in the main storage? Because I do want to be processing this, but I don't want to be processing it constantly. Like, mostly because we haven't got the power yet. At least once we get a little bit more power and once we get to the Naquadah reactors, we'll be a lot better off power-wise. But for now, I think we're not gonna actually have an additional storage thing for that. I don't think we need it. The indium phosphide, though. Actually, indium phosphide, do we use that directly at any point? I feel like we do. Oh, maybe not. No, okay, so we are going to have to process that as well. Okay, so we'll store the indium phosphide at least temporarily. Why can't we just add some gallium to it? So I know we use indium gallium phosphide. Just kind of smush it together with some gallium. I don't have to craft the indium gallium phosphide at any point. Really hate this heat. Bloody horrible. Right, those can go away in there. So, in that case, we need... Where is it? There. Alright, I need a trapdoor. Right, so we need to add the tritium sulfide to there. We should be able to see that in there now. Perfect. So that should take care of all of the outputs for the centrifuge. Or the, yeah, centrifuge. We just need an interface. And a pump. There shouldn't ever be a situation where we're going to have a partial amount of a recipe in this. Although, with that being said, a regulator would not be the worst idea in the world, just to be on the safe side. Because each of these is going to be, what, 2 buckets for each? So is this amount in buckets? Oh, no, in buckets. There we go. So 2 buckets of each. So that's our import. And then we'll output the impure enriched Naquadah solution and the impure Naquadah solution. And then that should just push back into there. Wait, how the hell did that happen? Wait a minute. How have I ended up with a bucket of Naquadah solution? I am so very confused. Right, processing 6 Naquadah dust should give us 2 buckets of impure enriched Naquadah solution and 2 buckets of impure Naquadah solution. Each one of those takes 2 buckets and centrifuges that. Now, for some reason, I've only got 1 bucket of Naquadah solution in there. Wait, so why has the Naquadah solution? Oh shit! I need to filter it. No, it's no. I didn't notice the thing is I didn't notice that there was the Naquadah solution, not the impure Naquadah solution. What basically happened was because I didn't filter the input, it fed the Naquadah solution back into the interface, then pulled it straight back into itself again. I didn't realize it had pulled itself back in again. That's all it is. Right, so we just need to filter this for... and we actually want to do this to supply exactly, I think. There we go. That should stop that issue happening. There we go. Naquadah solution and enriched Naquadah solution. Perfect. So how is the rodents today, Quiet? Right, okay, so that takes care of that stage. We'll take care of the actual Naquadah and Naquadah first. Just kicked you trying to stretch. Oh, she's fine then. Okay. One thing I would like to do, actually, while we are... I think we do get all... Wait, hang on. Do we get all of the sulfuric acid back from this? I think we get all the sulfuric acid back. So for each process, we're using 4 buckets going through all of it. We're getting 500 millibuckets from there. So 1 bucket from the distillation tower. But then we're getting 2 extra buckets from there. So we're still losing essentially a bucket of sulfuric acid. Although we are getting sulfur back from there, and we could recreate it into the sulfuric acid, but it's not like that big of a deal. I would like to go and set up a fluid drill on, I think it's Venus. for sulfuric acid, though. Just so it's one less thing we have to have a passive craft set up for. But we'll do that a little later on today. But right now, we just need to be able to see sulfuric acid in here. Yeah, so we can see the sulfuric acid, which is good. Rodent in Discord. Hold on, let me see. Oh, she looks so comfy. All right. So, wait, so what are we doing now? Another mixer. To take the... Wait. Oh, yeah, it was a centrifuge before, not a mixer. Yeah. I'm going mad, apparently. So we'll grab an IV mixer. We don't need to necessarily run this at IV. We can probably run this at EV, and it should still be fine. Hopefully. Right, can I now make these? We should have... Yeah, there we go. We should have a little bit more in the way of sapphires now. Buddy, good day. How you doing? There we go. Elite mixer. You can go in there. I have to double check the power tier of everything now just to be on the safe side before I start feeding power into it. Doing the best you can. That's about all you can do, really, isn't it? I guess technically we don't even need to... We don't even need to store the fluids from the outputs from this. At least not the fluid outputs. We could just feed them straight down into the mixer, although I think I'd prefer to... I think I prefer to do it separately. How am I going to... No, in fact, you know what? I don't think I am going to do it separately. I think I am just going to... Oh, hang on. There we go. I think I am just going to push the fluids down into here. Rather than pushing them out into the ME system. Because we should never be in a situation where we have... too much of them in there. It shouldn't matter anyway. Why can't they do this right? Why can't they do this with the items? Right, where if one of the internal tanks fills up, it won't start filling the other one up. Why can't it do that with item slots? That'd be nice. I don't need a regulator on there. I just need a pump, don't I? Hold on. JJ, how's it going? How is the steam run going? Alright. Pump. Imports. There we go. Right. So the outputs from these. Let's sort out the outputs from these. So it's going to be the acidic enriched Naquadah solution. Which again is just going to get fed straight back down into the next centrifuge, isn't it? So we don't need to output that into the ME system at all, do we? Realistically? That can just get pushed down into the centrifuge below. Bobo, how you doing? You're overheating? Yeah, you and me both, JJ. It's bloody horrible, isn't it? Oh, are you on the slightly warm side as well, Bobo? It was 96 the other day. Wait, what's that in non-freedom units? 36. There we go. Got 4 cocoa ones going on GTNH. Nice. I spent like part of this morning and a bunch of last night just figuring out the something. This is something you're never going to have to do, JJ. And be thankful for it. Figuring out the oil prospecting in MV and doing all the calculations for that. Thankfully, given that you're being a crazy person and only doing Steam, you're never going to have to deal with that. Actually, not as bad as I thought, though. I guess like most things, once you figure them out, they're really not that bad. I could have just done that, couldn't I? Mark, good morning. How you doing? Way too warm today and just rode your bike for an hour? Oh, ouch. Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. At least, like, I guess at least with cars you get, like, air conditioning. Alright. So that'll feed... the only output from these should be... yeah, the only output is going to be the acidic enriched Naquadah and the acidic Naquadah solution. And then we will need to output the rest of... Oh, shit, I've just got rid of some of the stuff I didn't mean to. We'll have to output the rest of this. So the Naquadah sulfate will need storage for. The Naquadah waste will need storage for. The fluorine we already have storage for. Wait, that was the Naquadah, right? And then the Naquadah. The enriched Naquadah sulfate and the enriched Naquadah waste all need storage. And you get to exercise in the heat, even you don't have air conditioning. No, my air conditioning here is... I've got it cranked up to full at the minute. Basically, I've got the window open and the fans on. That's the best I've got. Either that or just go and sit in the entryway to the local co-op until they kick me out. Because they always have really, really nice heating in those places. I mean, it's 33.6 Celsius here, Mark, but I guess a lot of it just depends on, like, what you're used to. Like with anything, like, it depends what you're used to. Like, if you're used to hotter temperatures, then... So say you're used to, like, 36 degrees Celsius, that's, like, a regular thing for you. Me saying it's 33.6 would mean that would seem like nothing to you, whereas here, 33.6... is quite warm, to say the least. So it's all kind of situational. I forgot what was I doing? Oh, right, we need 2 fluid cells and we need 2 item cells. Alright. And again, hopefully we will never... Oh, actually, you know what? Given that we won't be able to process the Naquadah yet, because we need ZPM power for this, and we can't really afford to do that yet, and trinium coils, we'll have to have larger storage for the Naquadah sulfate. So, in fact, you know what? Let's actually just do 16K drives for both the enriched Naquadah sulfate and the Naquadah ones. Let's just do 16K drives for them. The waste should be fine, but... Oh, yeah, it's always fun doing the Naquadah line. I've been putting this off for a while, honestly. It's not too bad, honestly, in fairness. It's certainly not in Monifactory, but I'd still rather not be doing it. But it has to be done. Well, it does if we want Naquadah, which we do. Right, Naquadah waste. And then enriched Naquadah waste. And then we need Naquadah sulfates. Naquadah sulfate dust, and then enriched Naquadah sulfate dust. Right. That should be all of the storage we need in there. So this, we should just have to push out into there. We don't actually need to enable inputs to there. And then let's just try moving the enriched Naquadah solution for now. That should never go back into the... There we go. Beautiful. And then the enriched Naquadah waste. And... where the hell's it gone? There we go. Naquadah waste and the Naquadah sulfate. Beautiful. Okay, so that is all of that bits done. I don't know why I'm getting rid of that. I'm still going to need that. Probably. But granted, it's based on region. You in Central California Valley. It's roughly high 30s and low 40s in the summer. Okay, so it's kind of you're kind of used to it then. Still doesn't, I'm guessing it still doesn't make it especially nice to deal with, regardless of how used to it you are. Okay, so what's the... which bits have we actually done at this point? Hold on, bear with me. So far, we've basically done just this line down here. We've still got to do the distillation towers. Wait, where does the enriched Naquadah solution and the Naquadah solution get shoved back into there? Okay, so we do still need to input in. We do still need the storage for the enriched Naquadah solution and the Naquadah solution. Just because we're going to be getting some back from the distillation towers. So we are still going to need to input that into the centrifuge via probably a regulator. So this is going to have to be switched out from a pump to a regulator. And we're just going to have to hope that we don't ever run out of sulfuric acid. Which hopefully, if we go over to Venus and start drilling it from there, we shouldn't do. Did that store... oh, I lost the fluid filter, didn't I? Ah, hell. It stole my fluid filter. Oh, never mind. Alright, so we want to keep this to supply exactly. So sulfuric acids. No, we don't want it to be 300 buckets. What, 16 buckets, I think? Oh, for... why do things never work like the way you expect them to in this? I love Greg Tech, I do, but there are some inconsistencies that just kind of drive me up the wall a little bit. Like when you're setting the filters in the item filters, you right click to increment and left click to decrement, and then in here, if I right click, it just clears it. Like, could you, like, I have to scroll instead to increment and decrement the fluid ones. It's like, what the shit? Right, so 16 buckets of that. How much of the enriched Naquadah solution and the other ones do we need? It's 1 bucket at a time, it does, isn't it? So... is that actually 1 bucket? Oh my lord. There should be just the Naquadah solutions, the other one we get back, right? So it should only ever supply... When it says supply exactly, will it supply... Will it only input when there's 16 buckets of sulfuric acid and, like, all of them? Or will it work on an ore basis? When it gets 16 buckets of sulfuric acid, it will supply it. Or when it gets 1 bucket of enriched Naquadah, it'll supply it. I'm a little concerned that might not work the way I hope it does. We can fix it if it does, but if it doesn't, rather. But anyway, we need the distillation tower now. And we're also going to need a maintenance hatch. Did I set up the... Yeah, I did do the Naquadah and enriched Naquadah solution ones. Okay, good. We've got the maintenance hatch. We should have the distillation tower now. Nope. There we go. Distillation tower. Maintenance hatch. What tier do we need to run these at, actually, in order to... Hang on, let me... switch back to this for a second. So the distillation towers take 15 seconds at HV. If I run these at IV as well, that's going to go down to what? I don't know, 3.25 seconds. And these should be running every 10 seconds. So for each of those. So yeah, either EV, I think EV or IV would be fine. I'm going to put an IV energy hatch in anyway, just to be on the safe side. And then we need an ME input bus. I'm going to need... Wait, how many outputs do we get from this? Just 3, isn't it? So, sulfuric acid, Naquadah solution, and enriched Naquadah solution. Pretty sure. That is not right. I need an output bus. One of these days, I will just, like, remember that the way these work is kind of, like, opposite to what I'm expecting. And then we need an input hatch. Because normally when you're outputting things from a machine into your ME system, you use an input, like an input bus or an interface and something pushing, like inputting into it. Whereas when it's part of the machine, it's actually an output bus, and it just for some reason throws me every single time. So there's the IV energy hatch. Then we need... I guess we do... We're going to have to do these to the side, aren't we? Because these are going to be part of the sub-network. So the input hatch can go there. And then we'll do output bus. Actually, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the input hatch there. And then maintenance over that side. And then input hatches. Or output hatches up there. Am I missing anything else for this, aside from, obviously, the stainless steel casings? I don't know how many of these we need, but we're not more than likely going to need to make more distillation towers at some point. If we make a few extras, I think we can live with it. There we go. I actually almost feel like these need to be on the front. Just so we've got them in line with this. Alright. Bring that up there. Do live stuff. Alright, no worries, birdie. Take care of yourself, man. I appreciate you being here. Alright, so we are outputting... Oh my god, I cannot type today at all. Right, we're outputting enriched Naquadah waste. And Naquadah waste into there. Okay. And that's IV, right? Alright, we haven't actually got anywhere for the other outputs from this yet. Sleeper, Life, how you guys doing? Alright, so how much does this actually need in order to distill? 2 buckets, okay. Now, the problem is, this isn't going to have anywhere for it to go yet. Or at least the items don't, so we need storage for... Oh, I can't bookmark from there! That's actually kind of annoying. Damn it. Okay. So, we are going to get barium sulfide. And we are going to get gallium sulfide. Or we have a chance at getting both of these. For right now, I don't know whether we're going to bother processing these just yet or not. We will. We more than likely will do. But I'm going to put a 4K drives in for each of these for the time being. Just so we've got a little bit of time before we have to deal with them. It doesn't actually use any fluorine. It all gets recycled back. But thankfully, the fluorine in it, at least, is a closed loop. Yeah, hold on. Let me... Back to the flowchart. Yeah, so basically, you need fluoroantimonic acid in order to process the Naquadah dust. 1 bucket of that is basically 4 buckets of hydrogen, 4 buckets of fluorine to make hydrofluoric acid, and then that gets combined with antimony trifluoride to make the fluoroantimonic acid. But as you're processing it, the fluorine itself we get back from centrifuging the acidic enriched or acid enriched Naquadah solution and the acidic Naquadah solution. We get 1 bucket of fluorine back from that. Plus, when we process the titanium trifluoride, we get 3 buckets of hydrofluoric acid back from there as well, which we recycle back to turn into the fluoroantimonic acid. Have you? Are you? I'm assuming you are processing. Like, I've not actually looked at the Naquadah processing in GTNH yet. I've only just been dealing with oil, in MV. So we're a little way off that on mine, but I'm assuming you are like reprocessing all of the. I'm assuming you are reprocessing all of the other outputs. Okay, feeling marginally better than the last few days, so I'll take it. That's good. Marginally better is definitely progress. No, I'm just saying I haven't got to Naquadah processing yet because I'm only in MV, in GTNH. So I haven't even looked at Naquadah processing yet. So I don't know how the process differs to Monifactory. Alright. So gallium sulfide dust. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm assuming you are, because a lot of the processes like this, like a lot of the kind of the input chemicals get reprocessed. Like you can reprocess some of the byproducts from other parts of the processing line to kind of reuse them essentially. No, we don't have neutron activators. But I imagine in Monifactory it is going to be considerably more difficult than this. I would have absolutely no doubt of that fact. Monifactory, as I've said like a couple of times over the last few days, Monifactory, as far as GregTech packs go, is kind of like the entry level to GregTech. You got lucky enough to get 3 infections at once? Wow, don't tell everybody. Everyone will want them. There we go. There's barium sulfide. Yeah, Monifactory, most things are relatively easy. These and, as somebody else said yesterday, Star Factory is kind of a close second. Okay, so that should be able to process all of those. Let me just put a little bit more Naquadah in. If we put like 10 recipes worth in there. Or 10 process. Oh, actually, we're not going to be able to do this yet, are we? Because we're not going to be... I need to set up the titanium EBF first. Why would you say Greg Block? I've never actually played Greg Block, JJ, in fairness, but... Technological Journey one is a medium. Yeah, Technological Journey, I definitely agree, is like kind of the mid-level between them. Right. Okay. In order for us to be able to reprocess everything we need to reprocess, we need to get the EBF set up for... Oh, I've just realized I can't necessarily combine all the EBFs like this. I mean, I can, but it's going to be a bit of a pain to do. Because they all need different coils. The titanium only needs Canthal coils, but we'll probably use Naquadah ones for it anyway. The EBF for Trinium needs Naquadah coils. The EBF for the EBF for Enriched Naquadah needs Naquadah coils, but the EBF for Naquadah needs Trinium coils. Which is going to be a bit of a pain. These makes also sifters for infinite resources. No other planets are there, I think. I mean, that's fair. Although resources aren't exactly a big deal in this either. I am going to need to make another... how many Naquadah coils? 50 odd? No, not 50. Because what I think I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to do the bottom two as just with Naquadah coils. And then the top two, we're going to have to, because we're only going to be able to run one of these for the time being anyway, we're going to have to run that on Naquadah coils to start with. And then when we add the Naquadah processing, we're going to have to switch all of them out for trinium coils. Welcome back, Quiet. That's going to be kind of awkward. So that means we're going to need, what, 16, 26, 42 more Naquadah coils. Fun times. The biggest problem with this is actually the osmium processing. I've still not set up the EBF to passive that yet. But we'll get that started now. Right, maintenance hatches. Yeah, star technology is actually kind of the same. Like, it's easy to make... to pretty much get infinite resources. Either through sifting, basically. And then processing those two in various different ways. And then you've got Sky Greg as well, which Sky Greg is probably the easiest in terms of resource generation. Because they have like single block generators that once you can craft them, they will basically just provide an almost unlimited an unlimited amount of that ore. But with Sky Greg has all of the Greg Tech hard mode recipes turned on. The things are a little bit more of a pain to make. Right, so what do I need in terms of power for each of these? Well, for the titanium is the only one that really matters right now. The titanium is the only one that really matters right now. Oh, I've just realized we need hydrogen in that as well. Why? What made you quit? Quiet. Yeah, so we only need HV for the EBF. We'll run it at EBF, the titanium one. Actually, no, we should probably run it at IV. Because EV, it's gonna, because we're gonna basically get one recipe's worth for that every 30 seconds. So no, EV will be fine. EV will do it at 22.5 seconds, and we'll get one every 30 seconds. So that's fine. But that will give us the hydrofluoric acid back. And I've just realized shit. I haven't set up a thing for cooling these yet. I guess we could do the cooling over here. I want to do this separate to anywhere else, at least until we get the larger vacuum freezer. It's kind of, I don't think you need to make a new island. I think you just start on the island you're supposed to, at least in single player. You just start on the island. And you've got a little ME system and a bunch of other stuff to make your life easier when you first get started. Right, so I was supposed to be looking at what energy hatches I needed for these, wasn't I? So if we do EV for, just do EV for the titanium one. And then we need LUV for the trinium. LUV for the trinium, IV for the enriched Naquadah. And we can't do the Naquadah yet. So an EV, an IV, and an LUV energy hatch. Ivy. And LUV. How far through our... Oh, we're doing the Naquadah first and not the osmium. Okay. Yeah, Naquadah doesn't take too long. Like, Naquadah only takes 5 seconds. Osmium, I think, takes a little bit longer. Right, what else do we need from these? 2 output buses. We're going to need an output hatch as well, then. Oh, and I've just realized that we don't actually... we aren't actually going to gain any hydrogen from this like I thought we were. So we should be able to do 2 output buses and 2 output hatches, and we can have one there, and the output bus there, and then the output hatch at the top. So output hatch at the top. Where did the other output bus go? Did I only make one? I think I only made one. That's fine. We've got the IV energy hatch. I think EV is going to go over here. IV over there. And then I need to have something that's probably going to go in here where we're going to process the output from that. For the titanium trifluoride. We're going to need somewhere for the hot ingots to go, and then the hydrofluoric acid. Oh, no, we don't need to process anything after this, except for, obviously, the hot ingots. Those are then just going to go and get put straight into a vacuum freezer, which is probably going to go on top of here. We should have enough space, I really hope. And then the LUV energy hatch will go there, and that will be for the trinium. And then we'll have the Naquadah over there eventually. Oh, I need the mufflers as well, don't I? 4 mufflers. Oh, and input buses. Oh, it is way too hot today. Starting to get incredibly uncomfortable. Go quiet. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm actually almost out of my drink already. Let's say the temp was there. The room I'm at now is 34.1. And the fan really isn't cutting it anymore. All right. Go there. I need more heat-proof casings. To be fair, the reason it's like particularly hot where I am is obviously I've got the computer on and everything else turned on in here. The sun is shining kind of like directly into the window. And I've got the curtains closed. The window's open, but the curtains are closed. So it's probably considerably less warm elsewhere. Okay. Oh yeah, it's definitely warm. But it's not as warm outside as it is inside. I'll check when I go on my break, I'll check to see what it's like outside. That is because it's hot. That does definitely give people a cause to complain. 32 Celsius there. Yeah, it's 34 inside, like inside here. So I imagine it's technically warmer for you where you are then, Zedek? Like if that's the outside temperature. Oh shit, I just had a horrible thought. Can't do it like this. Ooh, that's awkward. I'm going to change this a little bit. Oh, that's very awkward. Right, anybody wondering what the issue here is? The only thing that needs to be on this main network are the energy hatches. Everything else needs to be on a sub-network. So I've got to find a way of getting the sub-network up to here. Oh, frickin' hell, this is going to be awkward. I guess if we do it like that. And then the energy hatches will be there. And come into there. Then that attaches to an energy hatch there. That attaches to the energy hatch there. Then we've just got to bring the sub-network cabling up here so the outputs can connect to that and the inputs can connect to that. Yeah, absolutely, Eternalin. Jess, how's it going? I see you've been torturing yourself with GTNH. How are you finding it? Right, so we're just going to have to do that, I guess. And it's a little awkward. I don't like that, but it's going to have to do. All right. Now we're just going to wait for the coils. And the energy hatches. Which are going to take a while, because osmium takes fucking forever. Osmium takes 34 seconds per ingot. Although I guess quarter of that time since we got 4 of them running, but it takes a while. Goes well, GTNH is pretty torturous, however you do like the fact that your brain is chugging along with the challenge it brings. You just set up Steam Power, GG. It's milestones are like that are why I love GTNH. Like it always feels so rewarding to hit that next milestone. I've been playing off stream. I've just got to well, I've been in MV for a little while. I'm just kind of been figuring out all the maths behind the oil drills and how much power I can make from them, which is actually considerably more than I thought, actually. But yeah, it's definitely a fun challenge. Yeah, don't get JJ started on Steam. He's a crazy person and has decided to try and do a Steam-only run of GTNH. Be doing a whole... Yeah, you kind of need to, like... Upgrading your, being able to upgrade your tools and getting to a point of upgrading your tools and mining just going faster is such a nice thing. They've actually changed it recently. Or relatively recently. I don't know when the change came about, but now that they've got the ores dropping raw ores rather than the actual kind of ore block itself, they've also made it so fortune works on when mining the ores. So get fortune as soon as you can as well. Be able to make sure your eyes went back into your head. So much quality of life unlocked. Exactly. And the good thing is you'll get those moments throughout the entirety of the pack as well. Like those moments will always crop up where like something comes along and it just makes your life so much easier. I'm going to be waiting forever for that LUV hatch because we've got to wait for the coils first. Right. Okay, we got to get the vacuum freezer done. We shouldn't have to worry too much about the EBFs being needed for most of that. Very easy to get into analysis paralysis of GTNH. You're stepping away for a week or two to clear your head. But yeah, to be fair, I did that last night. I was looking, I hadn't really done, last time I played, I used Steam up until like the middle to end of MV, then switched over to benzene, which was way too early to switch over, honestly, looking back on it. But I'm trying to use kind of diesel and then probably going to switch to cetane boosted diesel after that this time. So I was looking at like the fluid prospecting and how that worked and all the calculations for how much oil you can get out of certain veins. I love how in depth the prospecting is on that. Like you can't just do like we do in Moni, where you've just got your prospector, you right click and you see, oh right, I've got this much, can get this much oil out of this particular chunk. No, you have to make the seismic prospector. You then have to right click it with some amount of explosives. Let it run for 40 seconds, then right-click it with a data stick. You then got to put the data stick into a scanner. The scanner then scans it. You then put that into a printer along with paper and liquefied squid ink. That then gives you some pages, which you then combine in an assembler with glue and leather to make a book. And that book gives you prospecting data for the oil in a kind of a 3x3 field area, which each field is like 8 by 8 chunks. So it gets pretty fucking in depth. And I love it. It's great. It gives it gives the part of me that loves to do the maths and the calculations behind everything. It gives me something to do and it's fantastic. Sorry, quiet. Didn't mean to. Right, what do I still need? What am I still making? Oh, I was making the vacuum freezer, wasn't I? I'm gonna need more maintenance hatches soon as well. So, got the maintenance hatches. I need an import bus. What else do I need? Energy hatch. I think I'm gonna do this with an IV energy hatch as well. Actually, do I need anything higher than an IV energy hatch for this? for cooling these. Am I going to need anything specific in here to cool these? Naquadah only needs liquid helium. That's fine. Enriched Naquadah needs liquid helium, which is also fine. And then trinium. What about the trinium? Trinium sulfides requires... Oh, just liquid helium. That's fine. That's okay. You love the in-depth sciencey stuff? Yeah, Greg Tech is fantastic for that. So close to finishing all the Moss 10. So happy. Nice. What are you considering completed, Chloe? Just crafting the star or getting it automated? At 4 oil spars within 6 chunks of base to put off searching for oil. I did a bunch of with the single block oil pumps initially. But it's the underground reservoirs that are the real way to go, I think, with it. So I've kind of prospected 4 different areas, each with a 3x3 grid of oil fields, or kind of potential oil fields. And I found 2 very, very nice ones. The only downside is I'm going to have to run a lot of the long-distance fluid pipes to get it back to my base. But thankfully, those are nice and cheap. But actually invest... Oh, hang on, what did I miss? But actually investing time to properly learn it this time around. Last time I played it, I just enjoyed the moving around in Warframe last time I played it. What else am I waiting on? Oh, we were checking whether we needed anything higher, any higher tier than IV. How long are these going to take to cool? Okay, 3.75 seconds. I'm a little concerned that... Oh, we need LUV in there for the Naquadah. But we're not going to be processing that yet anyway. And then the trinium. Just IV at 15 seconds. Actually, it might be worth setting it up for LUV anyway. How much... Can anybody... I do this calculation every single time, but can anybody remember how much I said I had in the way of power generation? It's like 330,000 EU per tick, I think. Hang on. I really should just write this down somewhere. So 6250 times 16, and divide that by 4. 336,296 EU per tick, which will work out at... what's LUV? Is 32k. Yeah, 32k. That should be... We've got around about 10 amps of LUV, but obviously a lot of that is being used for other stuff as well. I upgraded Moni to 12.9 last night. Built your first EBF, bounced back and forth between Moni and GTNH. That's what I'm kind of doing. Like, I'm playing Monifactory on stream, obviously, and then GTNH off stream. Been working out pretty well, actually. Although I do keep trying to press F9 to show chunk borders in Monifactory. And pressing F3 and G to show trunk borders in GTNH. Neither of which works. Monifactory might actually be a relief since you finished GTNH. In all fairness, you don't actually generally play GTNH with the intention of finishing it. At least not the first playthrough. It's the GTNH is the kind of thing that will literally take thousands of hours to complete. And actually get to the Stargate. So I'm kind of almost considering it like my permanent long-term world. Right, what else am I waiting on? I'm going to need a few of those, which hopefully we don't... No, yeah, that's just aluminium. When you were playing Codmon, you kept randomly pressing R. You made a habit of that in Warframe to reload. I do that in every... I always, like, whenever I shoot any bullets in any game with guns in them, I always reload, like, straight afterwards. And even in games where, like Doom, where you don't have to reload, I keep reloading pressing R to reload anyway. I don't know why I do it. It's so frustrating. Right, we're gonna put this up here. I really hope that we have enough space under here. Oh, I don't think that's going to be enough space. That is literally going to hit the fucking ceiling. Gonna be like a real like, where's the R button? Oh, I don't know where I'm going to put this vacuum freezer. Because we need to make sure there is enough space under here for like at least 3 blocks for kind of cabling. I'm still getting more random raw fish in my inventory. So we can't go above that level. So the only way we could make this fit, and I really don't want to do it this way, the only way we could make it fit is if we put this directly on top of here. And then it will literally go right to the ceiling. Which is not going to be good for decoration later. Just raise the roof a little, shouldn't take long. Yeah, it'll be fine. Just move my, like, assembly line and all those passive processing lines. Yeah, just a couple of minutes. Cesari, how you doing? They may be doing that in Cyberpunk 2077 right now. See, I dread the day when a game kind of employs a system where if you reload and kind of throw the magazine away, everything left in the magazine is just gone. Because like, if you do that in real life, surely I've never used or held a gun in real life, so I'm just making assumptions here, but I assume that if you just kind of ejected the magazine from it and threw it away, any bullets left in there would just be gone, right? Right, there would just be nothing left. I'm assuming that's the way it works. So, like, if they ever decide to implement something like that, then it's just going to be horrible. Right, I think what we might have to do here is just have this stuff going back to the main, back to here, to these vacuum freezers. And I think I'm just going to have to add a couple more vacuum freezers on top of here. Just so everything can come through these. And probably turn these, or just turn both of these to LUV, which might be enough. Because we seem to be keeping up at the minute with this. We're not backing up on hot ingots at all in there. Right, that's not where I'm going. That's where I'm going. By the way, we're probably going to be here for about half an hour making these coils. Although we've only got one left for this this bottom set. Some of the Ghost Recon games do that already in immersive modes. Oh, really? See, I love the idea of it. But I also feel like I would really struggle with it. Right, so what's going where with this? Hang on, where's my, So... It's this that we need to do first. the EBF that's dealing with the titanium trifluoride, because that gives us the hydrofluoric acid back. And we need the hydrofluoric acid to continue this process, basically. So we need to do that. That one's going to have to be closest here. So that's going to have to be that one. So do I have the... Okay, I did put the EV patch on there. Beautiful. That needs to be EV. And that is going to take care of... What's going into here again? Titanium trifluoride. That's going to output the titanium trifluoride. Wait, do I need... Oh, no. Wait. Do I need hydrogen in here as well, don't I? How am I going to get the hydrogen in here? I don't need hydrogen in for... Which is the one that's going in the IV one? Tyler, thank you for the posture check and the hydrates. Oh, they all... Okay, so they all use hydrogen, but we don't have... How am I going to do this? I guess we're going to have to use input a separate input hatch. Or maybe not. I could put an input hatch in the middle there. Yeah, I think that'll work. Either that, or because it's hydrogen, we've got hydrogen in our main system, we could just replace these. I think I'm actually going to do that. Oh my god, I've got so much stuff queued up here. I'm guessing none of this is going to go anywhere until these are done. Oh, actually, all the stuff is crafted. Is like all the base stuff is made. Wait, where should we be over here? It's just waiting for it to craft. There's like 35 seconds per coil block. But it's going all right today, Tyler, aside from being incredibly warm. Oh, up to 14k Naquadah now as well, which is good. So what are you processing at the moment? Well, nothing now, apparently. You're done. Just rain there a ton. No need to show off, Tyler. I want rain, damn it. Alright, so we just need lots of things. We can't do anything until these Naquadah coil blocks are done. Hang on a second. My head is not liking this heat. Now we're talking about the reloading every second. You become incredibly conscious of it. Sorry, quiet. If a game included that reload mechanic, they'd probably include bullet scavenging from reload spots. Yeah, that would be kind of a cool idea, actually, wouldn't it? But surely, like, how would that work, though? Like, surely you'd have to take time to pick them up, because you couldn't just pick up the half-filled magazine, surely. I guess you could. I don't know, it'd be an interesting way of doing it. Right, 8 more and then we're done. Thundered last night. Oh. Now you're making me jealous again, Quiet. I haven't had a good thunderstorm in so long. Come on. I can't do anything until these are done. It's tying up our assembler at the minute.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
All right. Enjoy the lurg, Mark. I appreciate it. Your brain's still stuck on the word version of magazine? Wait, do you mean the word version? Oh, as in, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, as in kind of magazines you read. I don't even know if I'm using the right terminology. I know nothing about, like, kind of guns or weaponry or anything like that. I know literally nothing. I hate just sitting here doing nothing. Hey, we are up to 39,000 buckets of chlorine again, though, which is nice. Since we completely ran out yesterday. My headache's coming back already. Hang on, let me go and grab some paracetamol.
Go buy an ice cream.
Quiet, thank you for the 100 bits. Sorry, I was just struggling and failing for a while to get paracetamol out of the packaging. It's apparently one of those kind of days today. But Quiet, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Problem is higher temperatures with high humidity. Yeah, that's always the difficult bit, is the humidity. Right, I'm going to need to make 2 more LUV energy hatches once we're done. Which we're almost done. This actually hasn't taken as long as I thought it would. It's time for you to find your shoes and go buy a cider with it. Oh, enjoy, Guitar Lilin. I haven't been inside a pub garden for ages. I usually get harassed by wasps when I do end up in one. Cast backing out at the last minute. That sucks. With 9 Celsius there at 68% humidity. I don't know what the humidity is here. Hang on, let me check the Met Office. Since we're not actually doing anything right now anyway, we're literally just waiting for this last thing to craft. Let's have a look. According to the Met Office, currently 30 degrees with only 41% humidity. So the humidity is not even that bad at the minute. Oh, we done. There we go. We don't actually need that ME input bus now. We do need the ME input hatches. I think we're actually going to put these here. Because we just need to input hydrogen to these. And right, what is this doing? That's making the titanium ingot. That should Oh, it won't be able to put it anywhere, will it? Anywhere at the minute. We should have the hydrofluoric acid back in here, though. Well, no, it's not. It's already turned it back into the fluoroantimonic. Okay, so we're going to have all of the hot ingots stored in here. So, hot titanium ingots will get stored in there. Hot enriched Naquadah should go in there, and hot Naquadria ones should go in there. Not that we're going to get any of those Naquadria ones for a little while. Okay, right, that's gone. Okay, so now we're not going to be able to process the Naquadah sulfur. Actually, oh, no, we should be able to. We have our LUV energy hatch. We're going to need one more LUV energy hatch as well, because we're going to put those onto our... Okay, we're going to put those onto our vacuum freezers. Just in the hopes that they will actually keep up with what we need them to. We need another peer-to-peer. That will go in there. So this is... Hang on, let me clear a bunch of this stuff out the way now. Like, we don't need that. We don't need that right now. We've already dealt with that. The only other thing we need to deal with is the trinium sulfide. Trinium sulfide we can do now. That's what's going up at the top here. This is going to be a little trickier to deal with, though. So we need to get the zinc dust back into here. And then process the zinc sulfide. So the zinc, just basically electrolyze it into zinc and sulfur. And then feed the zinc back into here. So we need an electrolyzer. Right, let's also put that on there, and that on... Oh, we've already got one on there. So that's the LUV, right? I don't want to blow anything else up today. I will not blow anything else up today. And that's the IV. Electrolyzer should be just about done. There we go. All right, so we'll put that just there. These ones are basically just going to be for processing anything else that comes out of here. Right, and that's also IV. How have I gone through so many interfaces? Jesus. Right, so that will go on there. This is just going to deal with the zinc sulfide from here. So we want to output zinc sulfide, and then we'll store sulfur in there. Actually, I'll probably just store the zinc in there. Yeah, we'll store the zinc in there as well. Now, if I put zinc sulfide in here and it outputs from there, will it get stored in here? Like, will it see this as a potential storage space, or do I need a storage cell on there? Find out. So, trinium sulfides. Our first trinium. We actually need to sort out storage for enriched Naquadah, trinium, and Naquadah as well. We are going to back up on trinium sulfide, though, I think. Although if we do back up on trinium sulfide, that's fine because the trinium sulfide is being stored in the main storage anyway. And we should have a decent chunk of storage available. Yeah, 907, 16K drive, so 130,000's worth. Right, I don't want this to do any more of that after this. But that seems to have... Like, did it put it through here? Like, did it actually... It's not storing it in there, so where is it going? That is a very good question. That's a little concerning. Where did that go? Is that a guaranteed output? Yeah, it's a guaranteed output. So where did the zinc sulfide go? I think you should see it as a place to put it. That's what I thought, but it hasn't done. It's not, the zinc sulfide has not ended up in there. The trinium's not gone anywhere either. Oh, it's there. Okay, so it has not seen it as a place to store it. So we are going to have a storage cell there for it, I guess. But it's also not stored the hot trinium ingot either, and that should be... Ah, right, I missed it on there. But that should take care of the hot trinium ingots. Those should get outputs. And then we should get trinium ingots back. Hopefully. Only needs IV power. Hey, there we go. Our first trinium ingots. All right, we'll deal with the trinium sulfide when we get back. I do need to go on a break now, though. Almost on time, for once. But if you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom. Whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a few minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the breaks, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. I will be right back. Right, everybody, I'm back again. That took a little longer than anticipated. I do apologize about that. Right. Thank you for the welcome backs. Right. So I went to look at, we've got a thermometer set up outside. The reading from this thermometer is a little skewed, by the way, as it is inside like a little plastic container to help shield it from weather conditions. So it's going to be always going to be a little warmer in there, but the thermometer outside is saying 42 degrees. It's too fucking hot. Why is it so hot? It's not actually 42 degrees. It's kind of, like I say, it's kind of skewed with it being inside it is indirect, so it's in direct sunlight and inside like a little plastic container, so it's gonna be a lot hotter, but it's just like, what the fuck? Why? Okay, so we're doing the titanium in there, trinium in there. Titanium in there, trinium in there, and this will be the enriched Naquadah, right? And the enriched Naquadah will give us just hot enriched Naquadah ingots and sulfuric acid. Now, the thing I need to figure out now is I need this to not run all the time. Because we've got a whole bunch of trinium sulfate in here. I've taken it out of the output from there, but we've got a whole bunch of trinium sulfate, and I don't want that going using like LUV power constantly. That'll be using up like that will be using up like 10% of our power. So I think what I might do for now is just not process the trinium. So on a rocket in the void world works. Wait, does it? I thought you had to do it in the overworld. I could have sworn it said that. You normally say around 44 in the summer, actual ambient temps. I guess if you're, like we were saying earlier, like if you're used to that, like if that's the kind of temperatures you normally get, it's a little easier to deal with. Plus, you guys have air conditioning for the most part over there, or you have, it's certainly a lot more common than over here. But yeah, even so, that's still not fun. Right, so why will you not put the zinc sulfide in here? Because you're a jerk. Right, let's make a 1K drive for zinc sulfide then. Oh, hell no, you do have AC. Yeah, like, temperature definitely hits different, but I guess when you don't have AC. Like, saying it's kind of like 40 degrees Celsius, and then you're just sat there in your well air-conditioned house. It's like, you're not dealing with 40 degrees Celsius heat there. But no, it's still, like, any kind of heat like that is never going to be fun, air conditioning or not. You hit 31 in Manchester. You remember when heat waves were low 20s? I know, right? When I was younger, like a heat wave, we would get like high 20s at the very most. And now it's just getting warmer and warmer. And it's fucking horrible. There we go. Right, that's gone out of there. And then it should be in here now. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, so we need a conveyor. Not an IV one. We definitely don't need an IV one. All that weather manipulation. Hang on. So every time one-way trip, or you bring a launch pad with you? Yeah, well, I mean, or you just do what I do and just set a home point before you go. That's the easy way. Right, then that will deal with those. Okay, cool. I think that's everything we can do right now. We do now have enriched Naquadah ingots. I did do 16K drives for the Naquadah sulfate and Naquadah sulfate, right? I did. Excellent. I think everything else is fine. We want to be able to shut these off when we have a certain amount. I might need to move that slightly. Oh, I guess I could make it visible to... No, I'd rather not. I'd rather have this coming off the main network. But that actually needs to get shifted over by a block. God damn it. Okay, that's fine. We can get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And all of that. There we go. Now we can bring... I always forget that I've got that thing. I should really take it off. Right, then bring those down to there. Can have emitters off those to shut those off. And then if we bring... these over from here. I can put emitters off those to turn those off. So that goes there. Obviously, with this isn't finished yet. We need trinium coils for that, but we will cross that bridge when we come to it. Right, set those to... where are we? There we go. And invert those. Invert that. This is the trinium. So if we just say for right now, we only want to have, say, just 128 trinium in stock at any given time. Actually, I don't want to turn any of these on yet. I need to set up the drives for these. So we need one for the trinium, one for Naquadah when we've got it. Probably want one for Naquadah as well. I don't think I have one set up for Naquadah and one for enriched Naquadah. No, I don't. Okay, cool. Are we genuinely nervous to complain about your legs being cold? Why would you be nervous to complain about that? Just because it's hot here doesn't mean that it's hot everywhere. All right. So, Naquadah ingots. That's for Naquadah. This actually hasn't taken as long to set up as I thought it would. Obviously, we're not 100% finished yet, but it's still pretty much done. And then enriched Naquadah. How's the heat? Fucking horrific, Larvae. It's horrific. Is it any better where you are? Right. Quadria. And then trinium. Okay. And then we'll say we need to invert that first of all. And then if we keep, this was, oh, titanium one. The titanium one I actually don't think we need to turn off. I think titanium is fine to keep going. And then enriched Naquadah ingots, again, we'll just say 128 for now. And if we turn this all on now, or at least let's just put another 60 Naquadah dust in here for now. I can find it. Should be able to run through the whole thing 10 times. So this should run and produce that. And then everything else should run through, and then it should put the fluoroantimonic, or should make the hydrofluoric acid, then the fluoroantimonic acid, and then be ready to start the next cycle of it. Provided I've set everything up correctly. That's doing its thing. Oh, right, we're not dealing with the output from those yet, are we? So, wait, can I bookmark from there? Yes. So yeah, it should only import those when we have a bucket of them. Oh, does it? It's not importing the sulfuric acid though. Oh, because it will only import it when it can supply exactly 16 buckets. If I set that down to 1 bucket, or, you know, you could just take it out entirely. Okay, so it will just supply them individually. It doesn't wait until it's got all 3 and then try and supply it. That is good to know. Right, okay, something's got stuck somewhere then. What has got stuck somewhere? Oh, right, that's turned off. Why, that's not doing anything. Because that we don't actually need to turn off. So let's just remove that for now. That'll turn on and process titanium and send the whole lot back through again, which is the one thing we were waiting for, because we needed the other 3 buckets of hydrofluoric acid. That's made the fluoroantimonic. It's now processing that. FTB Sky's turn to be alright. It seemed okay from what I saw, actually. It didn't look too bad. Now, that didn't output... Oh, right, no, it won't do it, will it? Tritium sulfides. We'll set that up to output to there. That should turn on. And this should be set to output. Okay, that's output, but it's not turning on because you're... not set up correctly. There we go. So yeah, now this should just keep processing stuff. Theoretically. There we go. That's processing all of that. And then we'll get a little bit of extra of the everything coming through here. And then as we get another bucket, it'll start processing that. Okay. I think this is good. Obviously, Naquadah processing notwithstanding. I think this is good. Now, my only concern is that these are going to take a little bit longer, potentially, than we want them to. Then that should be finished, and that should process all of it again. Nice. Is the titanium coming out of here? I'm assuming the titanium trifluoride is going out of there, otherwise this wouldn't be continuing. But yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. So 4 tritium ingots. How much power are we using now is the next question. That's really not that bad. Obviously, that's going to go up when more stuff's running. But I think we should be fine. Nice. Okay, that's good. That is very good, in fact. Definitely sticking with money for now. You enjoying it, then I take it free full. All right. It's all of that sort. Have we got anything we need to put through here? We needed to get some... Right, I think the next thing we need to do is we need to get some more antimony because we are a little on the short side of antimony. Well, it's taken me a long time to get here. I mean, so far, I've been in this world for 15.38 days. Admittedly, like, quite a bit. Like, some of that was spent just building, but pretty much all of it has been on stream, at least, I guess. But yeah, it's not going to be quick. Right, let's grab our first... Actually, let's read about tritium first. Right, a strong, heavy element obtained from the Naquadah chain. Tritium can come from Caymanites, but you'll probably want to bolster its production with Naquadah dust processing. It comes out at the second stage, so if you don't mind storing the intermediates and have fluorine under control, you can hold off doing the full chain. If you don't need it yet, you get 1 tritium per 12 Naquadah processed. Do you? Is that right? Hold on, I need to double check that. This will be required in large quantities for tritium coils, superconducting coil blocks, and Naquadah alloy. Among other things, you will need at least 5.5 stacks for a fusion reactor Mark 1, so stock up on it. Okay, so that whole stopping this running when we have 128 tritium, probably not a good idea. Let's go with 1024 instead. It is using a lot of power, though. 30,720 EU per tick. She got scared of a freshly washed sock. What was the scary part, I wonder? I wonder if it was it the sock? Was it the fact that it was freshly washed? I didn't put an overflow destruction card in something. And it was the tritium ingots. Hold up. I mean, does she have a thing against cleanliness? I'm still on the wrong bloody floor. Yeah, so these take a while, like 38 seconds per ingot. If we need at least 5.5 stacks, we're going to need considerably more than that, though. 13,376 seconds. Or 3.7 hours to get that much. The attempt to engage Ruby in a philosophical discussion. Socrates can be like that. Probably you suddenly shoving it in her face, saying, "Look, your sock is clean." I mean, that would scare the shit out of me as well. In fairness, Quiet. If somebody just randomly shoved a sock in my face and started shouting, "Look, it's clean." Right, I need to double check that with the trinium sulfide. Oh, right, yeah, because you do only get one trinium sulfide per thing, and you need 2 to be able to... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit expensive. We've also got to do all the trinium coils as well. We need at least 26 trinium coils for that. Plus another 90 if we want to switch over the EBFs and the ABSs. We need... It's this kind of time where I wish I had this on a server. There's gonna be a lot of AFKing in here in my future, I think. But that seems to be doing what it's supposed to be doing. I want to see what we can do about upgrading our PSS, our power substation. Because we've only got 27 billion EU storage in here at the moment. And we're going to need more than that soon, I think. Anyway, right. What else do we need to get sorted out today? Oh, yeah. There's still some bits we're not actually dealing with yet, isn't there? We're not actually dealing with the indium phosphide or... I can find it, the barium sulfide. Or obviously in the Naquadah, but that's fine. Why can you use quartz glass to make quartz glass in almost 10? I don't know, Life. That is kind of weird. Her cozy that you keep in her case, though? It's warm and fresh out of the dryer, so you thought she'd appreciate it. Apparently you misjudged how ecstatic she would be about a clean sock. Right. Let me just... Barium sulfide, indium phosphide. Right, so what do we need to do with these? Electrolyze. And just chemical react with calcium. And I'm going to assume the calcium phosphide can then be electrolyzed back into calcium and phosphorus. Okay, so what we can probably do is have an electrolyzer for the barium sulfide. And then also use that electrolyzer for turning the calcium phosphide back into calcium, and then cycling that back round to deal with the indium. So really, we just need a chemical reactor and an electrolyzer. I don't have an IV chemical reactor recipe. I guess we could arguably just put it straight back into... We could arguably just put it straight back into the the LCR that we've got over there, since it will be doing it in one tick. It'll be dealing with that in one tick, and then the calcium phosphide dust would also be dealing with that in one tick. Well, 0.05 seconds. Near enough. The other one won't be quite a tick then, but close enough. Oh, God, I hate it when things are like that, Sleeper. Does what have a smaller yield free fall? No, they're fine. Basically, the way it works, we're going to do the barium sulfide will electrolyze the barium sulfide into barium and sulfur. That will just get outputted back into the main ME system. And then the indium phosphide, we'll take the indium phosphide and 1 calcium, give 1 indium dust and 2 calcium phosphide. Indium will get pushed back into the ME system, calcium phosphide into the electrolyzer. And then the electrolyzer 2 calcium phosphide into 1 calcium and a phosphorus. Calcium gets pushed back into the chemical reactor. And the phosphorus back into the ME system. So it should be fine. What was going back into there? So, yeah, just the indium phosphide and calcium dust, which means we need to make calcium visible to here as well. So calcium needs to be visible to there. And then we also need to make... I do have a barium storage cell, right? Oh, I don't. Wait, how do I not have a barium? Strange. Okay. I could have sworn I had one. Let's make a barium storage cell then. And then we need to make that visible as well. And then indium as well as that. The calcium phosphide. We might need to do it like just like a small 1K storage cell so we can output it to here. PC died again. Ouch. Makes a Minecraft session. Left at the repair shop. Hopefully they can fix it so you can fix your Minecraft fever. Let's hope so, Pebbleman Cell. Well, the streams aren't going anywhere, so we will be here, at least. How have I not got a barium storage cell? I could have sworn I made one. Right. I always like to check for storage when I do that, just to see if there's any that I haven't named. Right, so barium needs to go in there. So calcium, barium, indium, sulfur we've already got on there. And the calcium phosphide... we are going to have to do a 1K storage cell for the calcium phosphide in here, because we don't need to keep that for anything else. We haven't got any at the moment either, which is good. So right, just a 1K drive for that. I keep saying drive. Drive is not the right terminology for it. Wait, no, wrong thing. Calcium phosphide. So. I put calcium phosphide in there. We still need an electrolyzer, right? Could we... Oh, wait. Oh, shh. Done it again. I need to filter this. I keep forgetting that it's just going to try and input everything that is just pushed out into the interface. Right, so what's coming into here? Zinc sulfides. Barium sulfide? Yeah, zinc sulfide, barium sulfide, and calcium phosphide. Oh, the only things going into there? And then we need to output indium phosphide into... Yeah. Right? Oh, indium phosphide and calcium. That should go... there's not going to be much indium phosphide to go through, is there? Okay, and that should, I think, be everything. I think. Probably power supply that's worn out after 8+ years, so it'll be an easy fix. Oh, that's not too bad. At least you kind of got a decent idea what it is. Didn't have to do too much scrabbling around to figure it out. Okay, that's gone through all of the Naquadah that we put in there. Right, so if we use a threshold export bus on here... Oh, got some red ones anyway. We use a threshold export bus on there. And then we export the Naquadah dust so long as we have over I don't know, 8,000. That should be fine. I do want to make a ULV import bus, though, just so we can only ever have one stack in here at any given time. I just put the LV one straight back on again, didn't I? Yeah, so we can only ever have one stack on there at any given time. And then we make the Naquadah dust visible to here. And that'll start outputting. Very slowly at first, but that's fine. We can live with that. Alright, so we're up to an entire 33 trinium ingots now. We're practically swimming in trinium. Kind of. Okay. So, now that that is as sorted as we can currently get it, let's go and sort out the LUV hatches in the vacuum freezers. We're not backing up on anything yet anyway, but we may as well do this now. We take the IV hatch out there, IV hatch out of there. Now that will be getting power, but not enough because it's getting IV power at the moment. We then switch these over to LUV. I have to double check to make sure I don't blow anything up. Again. Those should now be running on an LUV power. Should be plenty quick enough to keep up with everything. Okay, we are looking in pretty good shape right now. Okay, so that is the Naquadah processing line mostly set up. We can grab the enriched Naquadah. That should complete a quest for us. Right, heavy Naquadah isotope with more nuclear capability. Enriched Naquadah is meant to be used in an as of yet unimplemented CEU native reactors. It's used in small amounts for tritium coil blocks or in Moni reactors. Although Naquadah is better for that purpose, at least it's the easiest to obtain, and you can get it by the full Naquadah processing chain or by passing purified Naquadah dust through an electromagnetic separator. I'm not entirely sure that is 100% correct now. But there we go. And we just need to grab a trinium ingot as well. And apparently we have completed a whole lot of shit. Trinium, we've read that already today. Sounds easy when you say it quickly. Right, what can we do in the meantime while we're waiting for that trinium? And what else have we... Oh, we've completed the EV age now. Hey, I've done the EV age. See, this is what I mean. Did I mention this earlier? I think I did at the start of the stream. My quests did not save. Like when I left the world and when I came back in, a whole bunch of my quests hadn't been completed, which is why we now have 2 EV trophies. So hopefully they will continue to actually properly complete. We'll see. In the meantime, I am going to start making cells for the things over here that need them. Good evening / afternoon. Good time zone, Zodo. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm going to start making... I'm going to make 64K drives for all the things that we need. So we need, what, 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Don't need that one anymore. That's being stored elsewhere anyway. 6, 7... 8? 8 64K drives, I guess. And we can use those to store all of those things. And we can at least get those out of the way. Oh, we need to go to Venus as well, don't we? That is our next step after this. Because I want to set up a fluid drill over on Venus for sulfuric acid. I might also set up a 64K drive for sulfuric acid, if we're going to do that. Died recently-ish in Monifactory, and somehow duplicated your magnet when interacting with the corpse, because it went both into the charm slot and the magnet slot. Strange. Hey, free magnet, though, I guess. Yeah, Sleeper, like, when we had a power cut, all the quest book files did corrupt. I had to download a new instance of Monifactory and copy all the quests over from there. And I figured that was the last of the issues, but like it turned out today that they hadn't saved the quest from yesterday. So I don't know how long these are actually even going to take. Shouldn't be too long. Are we processing any ores at the minute? Is this still running as well at the moment? Yes, it is. Oh, how are we doing for... Ah, we're back. We've backed up on Platinum Group sludge now.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow
Wait.
bastard!
Did I miss? Need to go pick up your prescription. All right, no worries. A power drop yesterday after you couldn't load Twitch at all for like 2 hours. Oh, damn. Right, I'm a little confused. Again. Why have you stopped doing... What? Oh, we ran out of nitric acid now. Oh, this fucking plat line is going to be the death of me. I swear to God. Wait, why are you turned off? What the shits? Where's the input on this? Oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen. Fine. 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 It's just because I've only got like 1 recipe's worth in there. I think it's not producing it quickly enough. Because it keeps having to stop in between each recipe. We need more nitric acid. Have we got anywhere? We've not got anywhere we can fluid drill nitric acid from, is there? No. That would have been nice. We do have to make all the... We were making all the acids, and then it stopped making one of the acids. That explains why this backed up. Although I don't... It doesn't explain why this itself stopped. Oh, because that needed nitric acid as well. So much nitric acid needed in this freaking plat line. This is one of those things that it doesn't get recycled. Not fully, anyway. So you get sulfuric nickel solution. The nitric acid is hydrogen, nitrogen, and 3 oxygen. And then throughout this entire thing, I don't think we get any of it back. It's 1.2 buckets of aqua regia for each of these. Getting some chlorine back from the platinum processing. Yeah, we're not getting a lot of it back, so... We are only running this at EV, though, so we could probably increase the speed of this. I think it looks like it's going alright at the moment, although not really, because we're not backing up at all on nitric acids. Okay. Okay, we're still using RF for this as well. we up this to IV. Yeah, it's every second now. Although it does mean we're possibly going to run out of these. Oh no, we should be good. Right, now we're gaining a little bit more nitric acid. Good. Our plat line can continue to run. Right, let's get rid of all those. Get some destruction cards. Back in a bit, food time. Alright, no worries, Treble. So we need that. Ah, I made one too few. I missed... Oh, I think I missed the copper off. Okay, that's okay. We'll make one more. Right, one more 64k. Okay, so... Aluminium. Nickel. Tin. Iron. What's that? Silver. Copper. Gold. And lead. So tin ingots, and then iron. And then we're just going to have to transfer all of the items over to here. All right. That's all of those sorted. And then we've just got one more to do for the diamonds. Oh, the iron ingot wasn't technically Greg Tech, was it? Ah, that's fine. Nor was the copper. It takes time. They finished a bunch of machines for the ore processing. Now you can start the fun part, the filtering. Oh, yeah, that's always the best part. Everyone loves filtering ores and filtering everything for ore processing setup. Right, this needs to be filtered. Speaking of filtering, this needs to be filtered for tin ingots. So it doesn't import the blocks. Right, is there any other drawers down here that had stuff in that we can just get rid of? I think, honestly, we can just trash this. Like, we have no need for this. Like, the only thing that's got in there is, like, a steel upgrade and an aluminium upgrade. Like, I don't think they really matter at this point, so we're just going to trash that. I was looking on the side here for the trash can. It's like, where's it gone? I've been playing too much GTNH. Take the filtering over tag storage buses or filter each per hand in a storage bus. I tend to... tag filtering is actually really nice. I don't like using the ME filter buses. That's where all that is. We've got Certus quartz. Oh, the Certus. We need the 64k. 2 more 64ks for the Certus quartz and the Certus quartz dust. Raw rubber pulp. Oh, that can go now. Oh, we are going to have to unlock it, though. Otherwise, it's not going to stack with others. Clay can now go. Get rid of those. Why is there another thing here for cobblestone? I can't even be bothered to deal with that. Dirt. We bothered about the dirt. Stone dust we kind of want to keep. Like, all the things that we want to keep, we have to find storage for. Oh, netherrack we've already got storage for elsewhere. Pretty sure we do, anyway. Yeah. Get rid of those. I just don't like I don't like the tag storage buses, just because you're still somewhat limited with them. Like, if you want to export, like, you can use priorities, but you can still run into issues with them. Like, say you want to export most of your purified ores onto a centrifuge, or a thermal centrifuge rather. But some of them you want to feed, kind of put back into storage in order to put them into the plat line, or some of them you want to put through a sifter. You've kind of got a set of priorities, and then you've got to hope that wherever you're sending them to doesn't fill up, so they don't back up into other places. And it's just, for me, I always find it very, you're just hoping that things don't go wrong, rather than being sure they won't. Maybe it's just the way I do it, though. Could well be that. But the way I do things, it works for me, so. That locks? No, good. Okay, right. So that is all of the tin sorted. But to be fair, I did essentially use the same thing with using laser IO for doing my ore routing. Just I use the tag filters on there. Either way, it worked. Right. Trinium. Hey, we're up to a stack of trinium now. What can we do with this? I'm assuming this we can just process anyway. Okay, so trinium takes 75 seconds, and trinium sulfide takes... Oh, no, 50 seconds with argon. Trinium sulfide takes considerably less. Interesting. Right, what else can I get rid of now? Oh, you know what we still haven't done? We still haven't sorted out the fucking antimony yet, have we? I need to get more antimony sorted. Right, how's this getting on? That's done already. Nice. All right. Aluminium. Get that sorted. No, there should be music. It's just going to be very quiet, that's all. Music's always quiet, JJ, in here. But it's definitely playing. I think it's just a very quiet song. Hang on, let me... There you go. Try with normal storage bus and subnet to distribute it. Have then only one way to go and not hoping that goes right. I mean, at the end of the day, whichever way works, Asanan. If you find that using tag storage buses works best for you, then use tag storage buses. The best way to do anything is the way that you find most comfortable. That's always going to be the best way to do anything. How did I end up with 6 aluminium nuggets? The fuck? What you should do with your 75k channel points? Save them, JJ. You never know what's going to be coming around the corner. I mean, honestly, it's probably nothing, but you never know. No, I do have plans and ideas for the for channel points. I just have not implemented any of them yet. Right, I need to keep an eye on this. And this. Oh, we are losing oxygen now. I was a little concerned about that. Although we should start going up again now that the nitric acid has kind of heated out a little bit. That's GTNH with Twitch integration. No, I'm not. I probably will never be doing GTNH on stream again. As much as I'd love to, it doesn't quite get the viewers. All right. Well, filtering over normal storage bus. Put each one specific in it. I mean, that's fair. I mean, the way I've done mine, I didn't just use applied energistics for it. I do have all the ores on a sub network, but all the routing I've actually done with laser nodes. So, like, that's inputting all refined ores. The only one that's really not using... This is essentially used like using a tag bus. That's the export, so I doesn't need to check that. That's inputting... Oh, no, I do need to check that in a second. Yeah, that's just inputting all crushed ores. And then the output of that is outputting certain ones to one place. Basically, anything that needs to go elsewhere, we just... the few that need to go elsewhere, we just... blacklist those from one place and then whitelist them on another. So, any ones that need to go elsewhere just get sent elsewhere. It's a little bit more work, but I find, for me, it kind of, the level of control I have over it works. And I am a little bit of a control freak when it comes to these things. Right. Yeah, with laser nodes, you can put things from EMI in them. Let me find somewhere where I actually have laser nodes. Yeah, if you want to filter things, you can literally... That won't filter, but you could literally just filter, drag them like that. And if you're using tag nodes or tag filters... Do I have any... Wait, do I have any tag filters on me? Yeah. If you're using tag filters, if you want to do the tag for anything, say you wanted to use, say, put all crushed ores in some way, just put one crushed ore into there, and then just choose whichever of the outputs you want, whether you want it to be all crushed ores or just the specific crushed ore, and then just click the plus button, and then that will filter it for that on the tag. Laser IO is without a doubt my favorite logistics mod. As far as just like purely getting items around, I prefer using that over applied energistics. Although I did have thoughts of a playthrough of something, I don't know what yet, where I only allow myself to transport items around via either applied energistics or vanilla methods. So all item transportation has to be done either via peer-to-peers or like hoppers or water streams. I don't know how well that would work though. It depends on how long it would take in the pack to get to whatever pack it was, how long it would take to get to applied energistics. Anyway, right, we should be done with this one now. We are. Beautiful. It's going to be nice to have all of these things. By the way, I'm mostly doing this right now because A, it's been a long time coming, and B, we've not really got anything we can start now before I have to end this, before I'm going to have to end the stream. That isn't going to take forever, because the next thing on my to-do list is this stuff, basically, going through the data banks and the computing arrays and whatnot. One thing I have found out, though, is that I'm not going to have to move my assembly lines. I can continue to have my assembly lines along here like I intended. Because the only thing I have to have nearby are the data banks. Oh, no, I can move items between chests. But I'm not allowed to use any methods of item transportation besides vanilla or applied energistics. I might add into that functional sophisticated storage as well. Allow using sophisticated storage to move items, just for things like the hopper upgrades. Just for kind of speed of things. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna have probably have the data banks across here. We're probably not gonna need too many of them. Hopefully only a couple, but we can have the data banks across here, and then we can run the optical cables underneath. I'll probably have to rotate the assembly lines, though. Or I guess we should be able to put I think we can have the data hatch on the opposite side of here. But I'd kind of like the data hatch and these cables to be on the same side. So I might need to move the assembly lines around a little bit, but we'll see. This is actually emptying a lot quicker than I thought it would. I'm okay with this. Wait, I didn't already have copper ingots in there, did I? No, it's just annealed copper. Okay, cool. Right, what's next? Gold. Yeah, tomorrow we'll probably be starting on the research stuff. Because my main aim right now is to get to the Naquadah reactor. That is my next goal. I think we can do this before we get the fusion reactor. Although getting this much seawater is going to be somewhat expensive. I think it uses a little over 1 amp of LUV from what I found out. But we do need superconducting coil box, which needs liquid trinium. Dingus, with the Prime sub, thank you so much, man. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? How are you doing? And what's your IGN? As always, I cannot remember it. We can stick you on the wall next to... Wait, who are you next to? Next to Vince. First time coming in here today, actually. Almost the same as Twitch. Is that you? Have you got a monocle? I highly approve of the monocle. Assuming that is you. In that case, I highly approve of the monocle. And the mustache as well. It's good luck. Either way, thank you. I hope you're doing well. A monocle and a sweet stash. Exactly. You can't go wrong with that combination. All right. Let's get rid of those. You like your fancy? It looks good. It's hard to look bad with a monocle. I'll be honest. Although I don't think I could pull off a monocle. I've not got the moustache for it. Need a top hat and a black cape with a tall collar. If only. How you doing, Al? All right, we're nearly done. I can actually, now that we've got some more storage for these, I can actually increase the amount we're actually producing. So I was stopping those, the hostile neural networks things, producing those at around 32,000 items. Don't need to do that anymore. Not bad me. I am hot at the moment. That's mostly how I am. Just hot. You want to go to butler school, to be honest? I mean, is that a genuine you want to, or... I mean, is there such a thing as butler school? Is that a thing? Genuine. Oh, nice. Like, where would one even go for that? Like, where does one attend butler school? All right, we need 2 more 64K drives for the 2 Certuses. I also need to start making another advanced fluid drilling rig. Probably to a school for butlers. I mean, that would make sense. Join the US Butler Academy. I didn't know that was a thing. Holy shit. So is this something you think you'll actually do, or is it just kind of something you would love to do if given the opportunity? All right, let us quartz dust. go. All right. Your nose is running. You're sneezing a lot. Your ears are ringing. You think your BP may be high. Gonna check. And lightly lay it out. Yeah, make sure you take care of yourself, Zodo. Did you have any more thoughts on the whole doctor situation? You had the opportunity, you'd love to go, but it's not a very loan applicable option. Ah, okay. There's an international butler account. Holy, I didn't realize this was such a kind of a big thing for people. Damn. This moving these over might, well, at least moving the ones over that were in compacting drawers might break some recipes. If we use the blocks for anything, but we'll cross those bridges when we come to them. All right, I'm probably gonna have to call it a day after this, though. I wanted to go and get the fluid drill set up on Venus today as well, but my headache is coming back yet again. It's held off like 4 hours, which is good. Thank you, Tribble. I have actually been properly hydrating today as well. I'm on nearly my 3rd pint of water at this point. Very good money in being one, so it makes sense to you. It does make sense. It's just not something I'd ever really considered or thought about before. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. I mean, no headache tomorrow, hopefully. I guess it'll depend on the weather as well. I don't think it's due to cool down anytime soon, unfortunately. Which kind of sucks. Right, is there any last minute quick ones we can sort out? Oh, we can probably do the glass. We just do a 60. We actually still need to sort out proper input for the proper actual glass production. Make sure I get some electrolytes as well. I will try my best, Bobo. I do have to go to the shops after the stream as well, so I should be able to help find something there that will help. I need more destruction cards. Right, we'll get a couple more of these things moved over into storage cells. And then we should be good for the day, I think. And then tomorrow we can get onto the research stuff. I am going to obviously AFK for a while after the stream so we can build up a little bit of trinium since we definitely do need it. If we need like 5.5 stacks of it. Oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to find any glass, am I? Because it's all in there. But yeah, if we're going to need like the bare minimum 5.5 stacks of trinium, we're gonna have to get a lot of it processing. Right, we'll input you into there. I'm just gonna take off the filter now. I don't think we need it there at the minute. Pickle juice has electrolytes. That's one option, I guess. Okay. Is our thing still going? You appear to have stopped. Oh no, you were just in the process of shifting things around. That's okay. No, it seems to still be going. It seems to still be working. We can't see the Naquadah stuff in here. We have got 504 Naquadah sulfate built up as well. So once we actually get some ZPM power, we can start using that. Gatorade or Powerade a day keeps the dehydration away. It does. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that costs money. Why does everything have to cost money? Why can't people just give stuff away for free? I guess because the world would probably just collapse anyway. I really like the liquid IVs, since you have to have a fair amount of electrolytes a day. How long is that going to take? What are we waiting on for that anyway? Soldering alloy. Right, tomorrow another thing we need to do is deal with antimony. Let's have a quick look at what we're going to do for that, and then that'll be another thing we need to sort tomorrow. I can get rid of all those now as well. Right, so antimony. It's basically going to be sphalerite, isn't it? Is it sphalerite or stibnite? No. Stibnite or tetrahedrite, which I believe there are, or real gold, which I believe there are ores there's ores on the moon, the nether, yeah. So tetrahedrite and stibnite can both be found in the nether. So if we find a tetrahedrite and stibnite vein in the nether, we'll mine that out, and then we'll use that to get some antimony to keep us stocked, at least for a little while. We could... Is there anything... There are microminer missions as well. Which actually, that wouldn't be awful to run. I'm already making cobalt brass, aren't I? I feel like I'm already making cobalt brass. Drills. No, I'm not. But we could make them. And we could add another microminer to these. And that would work. Are you finished? You are finished. Okay. Right, I think I am going to have to call it a day there, though. Apologies again for the shorter stream. This heat is really not doing me any good. But thank you, everyone, for being here. I do massively appreciate it. Thank you for the resubs, for the subs, for the follows, everything. You guys have been amazing, as you always are. If you give me 2 seconds, see if I can find somebody to send all of you lovely people over to. Then hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit cooler. Nope, that is me. I don't want to raid me. Hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit cooler and I can not worry about it quite so much. Who do we have live? Actually, not too many people live at the minute. Let's head on over. Let's go over and see Hypno. Hypno is playing Star Technology at the minute. We don't tend to raid the larger streamers as much, but there's not really anyone else to raid. But he's currently playing Star Technology, day 45, so I'm guessing he's pretty far in at this point. Let's go and show him a little bit of love. As far as the raid is concerned, if you could copy the raid message, /me, #ChachaVaRaid. Copy that. Once we get over that, paste that into the chat along with any heart emoji you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show him a little bit of love. Obviously, bear in mind, I think he is family friendly. So bear that in mind. Not that you guys are ever as sweary as I tend to be anyway, but keep it in mind. Anyway, have an amazing rest of your day, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. And yeah, just take care of yourselves.